Good morning. We have a lot of people online, so I don't want anyone to think that the Children's Committee is not being well considered this morning because it is. Thank you all for being here. So we'd like to convene the meeting. I will ask if my co-chair has any comments you'd like to share.
No, ma'am. Sorry, I can't be with you in person. COVID has invaded our home, so I appreciate everyone's grace and look forward to a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cohen
Nope, just looking forward to a great meeting. Thanks.
and Senator Perillo.
Good.
You're good. And I don't see Representative Jaffe. So with that, I think we will get started. So today we are going to review our bills that we are going to JF, hopefully, out. So starting with SB 265, an act concerning additional funding for the Care for Kids program and certain child care providers. I'd like to have a motion to raise that, to JF that to approps.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, second moved by Senator Cohen and seconded by Rep. Paris. Are we going to do a consent agenda or are we going to just do a roll calls? Okay, that's good. Just wanted to check. So Madam Clerk, you're so far away. I have to look. Sorry, I apologize. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just better understand the shifting of funds over to Eastern Connecticut. And I understand conceptually why we're doing this, but I just worry that when we start picking winners and losers, do we end up shorting somebody else? Because Eastern Connecticut isn't the only place in the state of Connecticut that needs additional childcare resources.
Mhm.
So I worry that when we start picking one geography, that we could be shorting another geography in the same on the opposite side of the coin. I'm going to support this, but I just think it's something that we as a committee ought to think about as this moves through the process.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any other comments? Oh, Rep. Paris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to just piggyback on the comments of the good Senate ranking member. I agree with them. I don't think that we should have winners and losers. And I think really what we should be thinking about moving in the future is making sure, as education is a constitutional right for every student and child in the state, we should make preschool a constitutional right as well, a part of that. So maybe that's what we work towards in the future. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JF change of reference to the Appropriations Committee. Agenda Item 1, SB 265, an act concerning additional funding for the Care for Kids program and certain child care providers. Representative Paris,
Harris is a yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Welander, Senator Cohen,
Cohen's a yes.
Representative Dauphinais, Senator Perillo,
Perillo, yes.
Representative Belton,
Belton, yes.
Representative Boyd, Representative Comey, Representative Kitt,
Representative Kitt is a yes. Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Lanu,
Lanu is yes.
Senator Marks, Representative Martinez, Representative Mastro Francesco,
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative McGee,
Brett McGee is yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
Rep. Pizzuto is yes.
Thank you.
And note that the votes will be held open until the start of the public hearing at 1 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate number 2, Senate Bill 263. an act concerning water safety and swim instructions. May I have we need to JF this to approves. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Cohen and a second,
Paris.
and seconded by Representative McGee. Is there any discussion? Senator Perillo.
Madam Chair, thank you. Generally speaking, I don't have a problem with this bill, but I do think in the broader context, it's valid to ask the question whether or not this is the role of state government and just how wide we want state government to function in terms of this. I can probably think of a dozen different skills that a child ought to have. At what point, though, do we as a government say, okay, this is not our responsibility anymore? So I know there are going to be some no votes here today, and I know that it's certainly not because members of this committee don't want kids to know how to swim. They probably just question whether or not it's the role of government to do that. So I'll be a yes, but I can certainly understand why folks would be a no.
Thank you so much, Senator Perillo. Anyone else? Any other comments? I would like to note that this was a program that was put in place during COVID that had just tremendous success with teaching children how to swim. And we know that children die all the time because of the lack of swimming skills. So I appreciate your comments. And if no one else has any comments, then let's move forward with a vote. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF, change of reference to the Appropriations Committee, Agenda Item 2, SB 263, an act concerning water safety and swim instruction. Representative Paris.
Paris is a yes.
Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Wieslander. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné. Senator Perillo.
Perillo, yes.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd. Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Kitt.
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner. Representative Lanu.
Lanu is no.
Senator Marks. Representative Martinez. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative McGee.
McGee is yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
Pizzuto is no.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, the votes will be held open until 1 when at the start of the public hearing. Okay.
Madam Chair, just really quickly, did they get my last vote? Because I don't know if my audio was on. Can you check?
Madam Clerk? Yes, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Master Francesco. Okay, moving on to item number 3, which is SB 266, an act limiting the access of private equity to funds from the Early Childhood Education Endowment, and that is LCO 2432. May I have a may I have a motion, sorry, to JFS this?
So moved.
Senator Cohen, and a second?
Yeah.
Second from Representative Comey. Any comments? Senator Perillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to try and understand to what type of entities or individuals this would apply. So in the S language here, I start on line 22, and I'll read it. Private equity entity means an individual or publicly traded or non-publicly traded company that A, collects capital investments from individuals or entities, and B, purchases a direct or indirect ownership share of an early care and education program described in this section. Now, as I read that, Jason Perillo could invest with my brother-in-law, Rob, to purchase an early care and education program, except now I can't. Is that the intent?
I believe that This is the definition of the private equity entity is both A and B. So if you are a private equity company, then that means you can't invest. But in fact, what this is saying is not that the private equity companies cannot be funded. It is saying that they are at the back of the line on the funding cycle. And that is in part because of the structure of the private equity company.
Oh, yeah, but really not, right? I mean, if it's at the back of the line, they're at the back of the line. So it's obviously intended that they won't receive the funds. I think as a practical matter, the reality is that they wouldn't receive the funds. And I don't see why a couple of well-meaning individuals who want to open a well-intended, professionally staffed early childhood care center have to be at the back of the line. That doesn't make sense to me. And I'll sort of, but I was trying to get it to make sense to me, right? Because I get it. We talked last year quite a bit about private equity in healthcare. But that's different than this. Because when we talked about private equity in healthcare, we had actual specific evidence here in the state of Connecticut that there were issues with the care provided and patient safety in private equity owned hospitals here in Connecticut. We don't have that here. There was a lot of testimony, much of it in favor of this bill, and not one bit of it could point to any data at all that the care provided in a private equity owned child care center was less safe, that the education was less rigorous. There were a few anecdotes, and that was it. So when we're going to start picking winners and losers, when we're going to start saying, because your company is structured as X, it can do only this, or it has to go to the back of the line, there's a degree of randomness there that I'm just really not comfortable with. Look, we all want our kids to be in a safe environment where they're going to learn, right? I went through this. We did this with our daughter. Ended up at a very, very wonderful place. I don't. Until somebody can prove to me that there's a problem here, I just can't. I can't support this. I would love to, if there were a problem, but I don't see that there is a problem.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment along the lines of correlation with Senator Perillo. I had the opportunity for 15 years to deal on advisory capacity with Waterbury Hospital. I lived through that nightmare with private equity firms. But having said that, I don't want to generalize across a population whereby a convalescent home or daycare or anything else that private equity may invest in and hold them at bay because of something like this. So even if they're at the back of the line, again, I think we don't want to put them all in one bucket. So I'd be a no on this today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just want to echo and agree, obviously, with my colleagues on this. I have a real concern that, this leads to a path for our maybe people that do daycare out of their homes, or obviously of the private equity firms really going out of business. If anything, I think we need more daycare centers here in the state of Connecticut. So I'll be a no on this today, but I do have just a technical question. If you can explain, this bill is a JFS, if I'm understanding. There's substitute language for this bill. And when I look online, I don't see the substitute language posted. If you can please clarify what the substitute language does. We may have gotten an email on what the substitute language may have said, but the public clearly doesn't understand it and doesn't know. So if you can please explain what the substitute language does, because I don't see it posted online. Maybe it'll be posted later. I'm not sure. Thank you.
And I have not looked for it online because I do have it in front of me, but the LCO number is 2432. Is that bill number 266? So be that as it may, let me just let you know that the substitute language is in the definition of private equity. So it starts on line 19, goes to line 26, and I can read it for you. It says, the except the commissioner may not expend such funds to any private equity entity until such funds have been expended to all other such early care and education programs and preschool programs. As used in this section, private equity entity means an individual or publicly traded or non-publicly traded company that A, collects capital investments from individuals or entities, and B, purchases a direct or indirect ownership share of an early care and education program described in this section.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, how does that differ from the original language? Is it more of a clarification of what private equity means?
Yeah, it is more of a definition of private equity.
Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate the comments and the discussion around the need for more childcare, because certainly that is what we need. And interestingly, when we did have people coming and testifying the other day at the public hearing, what we found out is that the places that we need, the deserts for childcare, are not where private equity companies are. So the whole idea here behind this bill is to fund small businesses, to fund small providers, to grow childcare in deserts and to grow childcare across Connecticut. And then at that point, which hopefully we will fully fund our early childcare endowment fund, and then we will be able to, from A to Z, be helping everyone as we move forward. So if there are no other questions, oh, Senator Perillo.
And I appreciate that to give me another shot at this. So just a couple questions. The early childhood endowment program now, as it exists, does it fund in any way, shape, or form home daycare?
Yes.
Okay. So again, back to my previous statement about the definition of private equity. So if my wife and I decide to open a home care or a child care, a home daycare, we are individuals collecting capital investment and have direct ownership. We would not be able to participate in this program with our home daycare. In fact, as I read this, no individual with a home daycare would be able to get funds until they're at the back of the line.
No, in fact, we just put out a new call for new providers in Early Start. And of the new providers that are getting started, one of them, by virtue of, I believe, location, although I could have that wrong, is a private equity company in Early Start. So, but that is not endowment, that's other funding. My point is, we are not against having private equity in Connecticut and providing childcare, but what we are trying to do is make sure that we are growing our small providers and that we are growing providers in deserts where we know that private equity has a tendency not to go. Representative Paris?
Madam Chair, I just have a few questions, and I'm hopeful that you might just give me yes or no answers just to keep us on schedule, if possible, to these questions, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. This bill, as it stands, ma'am, does this bill does it prohibit private equity firms from operating in Connecticut or offering childcare services? I just want to
No.
go back to thank you. And does it legislate pricing or force divestiture or current private equity interest in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Does it ban private investment, ma'am, where it would adjust public grant dollars to go first?
No, it does not.
So I ask all of these questions for the clarification of folks at home. I think that this bill, the intent of this bill is to prioritize private providers not backed by private equity, which is part of the conversation. And that's very different from having a business partner, from taking out a loan, from receiving money from family or friends, from bringing on a passive investor, from forming an LLC, And I think what we have to understand in the state of childcare as it stands today, ma'am, is that small home daycare operators raising startup capital is not a private equity model. It's backed, and so that's not backed in the technical sense. So I just want us to all think about it in that sense that you're still very much able to be a private daycare owner. We can't get rid of them. We would not want to get rid of them because they do make the system much stronger. But I just wanted to get that framing together that this bill does not prevent entrepreneurship and it doesn't stop someone from opening a daycare or raising capital or forming those partnerships. It just simply ensures that when we distribute limited public dollars, we prioritize community-rooted providers rather than institutional investment funds. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rep. Harris. Senator Perillo.
Madam Chair, thank you. I always enjoy the back and forth with both you, Senator, and the distinguished House Chair. But in this case, I don't agree with him. And I want to tell you why. Because just because we want this to be something doesn't mean it is what we want it to be. This is one of those things where the words matter. And I'm telling you, as I read lines 22 through 26, this is going to put home daycares at the back of the line. There's just no, in my opinion, and I'm not an attorney, but there's just no other way I can read this that doesn't put home daycares at the back of the line. An individual who seeks capital investment from their spouse, from their relative, from their mother who wants to help them get started off on the right foot with a small business. They're going to be at the back of the line here. And I understand that maybe we don't want that to be the case, but it is the case. It's the language right here in the bill. Right? I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to get it right.
And we appreciate you, Senator.
Oh, I
so
bet.
We do. So let's work on this as we move forward. We know we want to grow childcare in Connecticut. We know that we want to make sure that childcare deserts have providers. So let's work as we go forward on the bill.
Okay.
Okay. And with that, if everyone is in agreement, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS to the floor, agenda item 3, SB 266, LCO number 2432, an act limiting the access of private equity to funds from the Early Childhood Education Endowment. Representative Paris?
Harris is a yes.
Senator Marr?
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Wiellander? Senator Cohen?
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné? Senator Perillo?
Perillo is no.
Representative Belton?
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd? Representative Comey?
Yes.
Representative Kitt?
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner? Representative Lanu?
Lanu votes no.
Senator Marks? Representative Martinez? Representative Mastro Francesco?
Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative McGee?
Yes, with efforts to improve.
Representative Pizzuto?
Pizzuto's no.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, votes held open until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Moving forward, Senate number 4, Senate Bill 264, an act concerning children's well-being. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second.
Second. Madam Chair, just for clarification, that's a motion to JF.
Oh, apologies. Yes, a motion to JF. Did you want to retain your motion, Senator Cohen?
So moved.
And Representative Comey?
Yes.
Thank you. So, questions or comments, Senator Perillo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So could you explain what this does?
It is an act concerning children's well-being. That's what it does. And hang on, let me just get back to it. I apologize. I should have had that tab open and at the ready, Senator Perillo. The statement of purpose is to require the Commissioner of Children and Families to conduct a study to determine whether policy and procedural changes within the Department of Children and Families may improve the well-being of children.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So would it be fair to call this placeholder bill?
I think that is one word that we can use for this bill.
Okay, then I'm going to be a no. But obviously, I would love to see DCF improve wherever it can. But until we have some actual language, and I'd be happy to be a part of it and work on it to be an active member of a way to build this bill out. But right now, it's not really anything. But thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor, Agenda Item 4, SB 264, an act concerning children's well-being. Representative Paris?
Paris is a yes.
Senator Marr?
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Welander? Senator Cohen?
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné? Senator Perillo?
Perillo votes no.
Representative Belton?
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd? Representative Comey?
Yes.
Representative Kitt?
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner? Representative Lanou?
Lanou votes no.
Senator Marks? Representative Martinez? Representative Mastro Francesco?
Master Francesco votes no.
Representative McGee? Representative Pizzuto?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will look at House Bill 5269. I may have a motion to JF this to the floor.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Cohen and seconded by Representative Comey. Thank you. Any discussion? Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say, this is a bill that's been before us since I started here in the legislature. I know it's been a passion, particularly of Representative Lenahan's. And some of the data we've heard over the years, including this year, has been incredibly concerning with respect to these drinks that go largely unregulated on the market. We are hearing about serious medical concerns. I'm not sure this is the answer, but I think it's a step forward in creating awareness around this. I have teenagers myself, the number of teenagers in particular that I see walking around with these drinks. And truly, as we heard in testimony, parents really have no idea of the concerns. And we heard also testimony in opposition, certainly certain drinks are, likely more damaging than others. I'm not a chemist, nor am I a medical doctor or a scientist that could tell you which drinks those are. But I do just want to say, I think this may be a step in the right direction. I'm not positive. I'm also a small business owner. I do not sell energy drinks at my location. And I think we've heard from retailers concerned about onerous processes in terms of signage and awareness of what the laws are with respect to placing the signage. So again, I'm not sure that this is perfect, but I do think it's a step in the right direction, and I look forward to the discussion continuing as we move through the legislative process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Senator Perillo.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I share many of those thoughts. I'm very concerned about these beverages. But I'm just as Senator Cohen, I'm not sure that this is the answer either. But I'm going to err on the side of a no vote because of that. That said, largely, honestly, I'm concerned about the retailers and how this is going to impact them. But I'm going to continue to watch this and would love to be a part of the solution on this as the process moves forward, so that we can get to a bill that I can support, because I am very concerned about the beverages. I just don't know that this is the way we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Would like to just point out that on this particular bill, and I absolutely, this is, I think last year, in the last 4 years of being in the legislature, last year was first year, we didn't have this bill. But I think what's different here, and I just want to point this out, is we're, rather than going straight to, like removing them from shelves or whatever, we are looking at a working group that will include, and with the idea of, getting more word out to the kids who are using these energy drinks. So it includes someone with expertise in advertising and marketing, a parent of a child who had experienced adverse health effects, a pediatric cardiologist, a member of the statewide chapter of pediatricians, a representative for interscholastic athletic activities, representative from Children's Hospital, a representative of food retailers, so that we can have their voice at the table as well. And then a representative of a manufacturer of energy drinks and an athletic trainer who tend to see the adverse reactions. So I think this bill has come a long way in terms of how we are looking at it. And for that reason, I would ask everyone to vote it out of committee so we can learn more through this working group. Thank you. Sorry, Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. I always say it's difficult to legislate morality. People shouldn't smoke. They shouldn't drink. They identify the amount of caffeine in Dunkin' Donuts or whatever. And yet I've seen college students going into med school and pharmacy, loading up on these energy drinks. And these are people going into the medical field. So I'm stuck. It's a dichotomy for me. I agree. We need a steady group. I remember when Rep. Liz Linehan had brought this out. But today I'm a no, but I know hopefully they can flesh it out where it's more than just signage, because I think it gets lost when there's 15 of them on the wall. So I just wanted to convey my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor, Agenda Item 5, HB 5269, an act establishing a working group to study energy drink consumption by children and requiring certain signage at the point of sale of such drinks. Representative Paris.
Paris is a yes.
Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Wiellander. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné. Senator Perillo.
Perillo votes no.
Representative Belton.
Yes.
Representative Boyd. Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Kitt.
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner. Representative Lanu.
Lanu votes no.
Senator Marks. Representative Martinez. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative McGee. Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving forward to number 6, HB 5268, May I please have a motion for a JF to the floor?
So moved.
So moved by Representative Cohen and Senator Cohen, I'm so sorry. And Representative Paris, would you like to second?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, moved by Senator Cohen and seconded by Representative Paris. And this this bill is an act authorizing the Department of Public Health to release information relating to the acknowledgement of parentage to the Department of Children and Families. It puts in a new section allowing an authorized representative of the Department of Children and Families to receive this information from the Department of Public Health in terms of like a birth certificate for parentage. So any conversation, Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just trying to understand this bill a little bit, and I'm just reading the testimony from the court, I guess, the public defender's office. And they mentioned in there that the parents cannot obtain a copy of their birth certificate. Is it, I don't understand, because I think as a parent, you can just go down to town hall and obtain a copy of your birth certificate. So I'm just trying to find out what the disconnect is between the public defender's office and the parent. They're stating that they can't get the birth certificate, and I believe you can just go down to town hall. So I'm just trying to find out where the lapse is, where the problem is. Would you know?
Thank you. I believe that it has to do with, on the birth certificate, the Department of Children and Families, when a child is in care, cannot access a birth certificate. So, but I am going to defer to my co-chair because I think he has a better handle on this. I know that this is closing a loophole that makes it difficult for the DCF to access a birth certificate, but Representative Paris, please take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Representative Mastro Francesco, under current law, the Department of Public Health holds the vital records, which includes acknowledgments of parentage and also birth certificates. So that, but that may be limited in sharing that information when DCF actually needs it for child welfare purposes. So this bill explicitly authorizes DPH, there's a lot of acronyms there, to provide the data to DCF when necessary. So many children, when they're in the system, they lack the complete legal documentation. This would essentially fix it. And without acknowledging the parentage, essential services are harder to access, such as health insurance, social security benefits, public assistance supports, school housing. So this would fix all of that, ma'am.
Okay, got it. Thank you for the clarification. I was a little confused. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Paris and Mastro Francesco and Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, talking with Senator Perillo, when I was working with UConn, I remember we couldn't give 18-year-old students, their parents, their grades unless they signed release forms and things. So I'm thinking this is along those lines. And if I'm somewhat correct, I'm a yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor, Agenda Item 6, HB 5268, an act authorizing the Department of Public Health to release information relating to an acknowledgement of parentage to the Department of Children and Families. Representative Paris?
Paris is a yes.
Senator Marr?
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Wielander? Senator Cohen?
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné? Senator Perillo?
Perillo votes yes.
Representative Belton?
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd? Representative Comey?
Yes.
Representative Kitt?
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner? Representative Lanu?
Lanu votes yes.
Senator Marks? Representative Martinez? Representative Mastro Francesco?
Mastro Francesco votes yes.
Representative McGee? Representative Pizzuto?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to number 7, HB 5270, an act extending financial assistance for the post-secondary education expenses of foster youth. May I have a motion for a joint favorable substitute change of reference to the Appropriations Committee? So moved by Senator Cohen,
Second.
seconded by Representative Comey. Any discussion? Senator Perillo.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, I don't want to go too deep into this. I would just generally say that at some point, the foster child is no longer the responsibility of the state of Connecticut. And I, in my opinion, and I've got some experience in this with my own constituents who have enjoyed a secondary education paid for by the state of Connecticut. I just think at some point we have to draw the line. So I'm a no vote on this for that reason.
Thank you, Senator Perillo. Any other comments or questions, discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS change of reference to the Appropriations Committee, Agenda Item 7, HB 5270, LCO 2271, an act extending financial assistance for the post-secondary education expenses of foster youth. Representative Paris.
Harris is a yes.
Senator Mar.
Senator Mar votes yes.
Representative Wiellander. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné. Senator Perillo.
Perillo votes no.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd. Representative Comey. Representative Kidd.
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner. Representative Lanu.
Lanu votes yes.
Senator Marks. Representative Martinez. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Master Francesco votes no.
Representative McGee. Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to number 8, HB 5271. May I please have a motion for joint favorable substitute change of reference to the Appropriations Committee? So moved by Senator Cohen. and
Second.
Seconded by Representative Paris. Is there any discussion? Seeing none.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. We just want to identify the LCO number on that.
Oh,
It's
I apologize.
That's
Let me
okay.
say that. It is
Careful, we're
LC.
gonna have a lot of freezing snow, rain. A lot? Yeah.
Representative Kitt, would you mind muting, please, ma'am? Thank you.
It is LCO number 2285. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS change of reference to the Appropriation Committee, Agenda Item 8, HB 5271, LCO number 2285, an act requiring the Office of the Child Advocate to hire certain additional employees. Representative Paris.
Harris is a yes.
Senator Mar.
Senator Mar votes yes.
Representative Wiellander. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné. Senator Perillo.
Perillo votes yes.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd. Representative Comey. Representative Kitt.
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner. Representative Lanu.
Lanu votes yes.
Senator Marks. Representative Martinez. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Master Francesco votes no.
Representative McGee. Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to number 8. HB 5271, JFS to APROPS, LCO number 2285. Did we? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I apologize. Okay. Moving on.
Lots of bills.
Lots of bills, lots of numbers. Okay. And I was doing so well, damn it. Okay. Number 9, I did already cross it off too. HB 5273, an act requiring the children under the age of 12 to wear personal flotation devices on docks, wharfs, and piers. So moved by Senator Cohen,
Second.
seconded by Representative Paris and Senator Perillo. Question.
No, Madam Chair, I wanted to thank the leadership of the committee for moving this along. It was a very tragic drowning in my district. And I want to thank Representative Gresco for really being the leader on this and bringing this to everybody's attention. I will be a yes vote, and I appreciate your work on this.
Thank you. And Senate Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So any tragedy with a child drowning and coming off a dock without a life jacket on is such a tragic tragedy, and my heart goes out to the family. And I think this is a laudable goal. I just concern, as we heard through public hearing testimony, is that there's a lot of liability issues. How is this going to be enforced? What is considered a dock? I think there's a lot behind this. Maybe they should have put a task force together to do some studies to get more information on this one. Those are my concerns. I don't know how you enforce it. I would certainly hope that every parent or person taking care of that child has some sort of a life jacket on or something when they're near the dock. And it's hard to legislate behavior. I don't know how it could be enforced, what the businesses or the marina and so forth, how they are affected. So I'm going to be a no on this today, but I certainly understand the concern. Maybe a task force or something like that might have been a good step in the beginning so we can get more information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Comey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would just like to, as we move this through, I would just like to recognize the testimony of the Connecticut Recs and Park Association. They brought up some very, I think, tangible examples of some of the definitions that of what a actual dock, wharf, and pier are, and how that might look differently across the spectrum. So I hope that we can work on that as we review their testimony and some of the wide variety of docks and piers and shoreline, especially along the shoreline, like in my district. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. And just for clarification, this is a JF to the floor on 5273. So seeing no other questions or comments, then Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor, agenda item 9, HB 5273, an act requiring children under the age of 12 to wear personal flotation devices on docks, wharfs, and piers. Representative Paris?
Paris is a yes.
Senator Marr?
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Wielander? Senator Cohen?
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné? Senator Perillo?
Yes.
Representative Belton?
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd? Representative Comey?
I vote yes in hopes that we can improve the definitions. Thank you.
Representative Kitt?
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner? Representative Lanou?
Lanou votes yes.
Senator Marks? Representative Martinez? Representative Mastro Francesco?
Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative McGee?
Yes.
Representative Pizzuto?
Yes, in hopes to flesh out this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And number 10, HB number 5272. May I please have a motion for joint favorable to the floor? So moved by Senator Cohen. Second. Second by Representative Comey. And are there questions? I think Senator Perillo is looking my way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This looks familiar. We may have had a bill similar to this previously. So I'll just ask the same question. Madam Chair, what does this bill do?
It requires the Commissioner of Children and Families to conduct a study to determine whether policy and procedural changes within the Department of Children and Family may improve the health of children.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll ask, is this a bill we might call a placeholder?
We might call it a placeholder.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Paris, did you want to make a
Yes,
comment?
ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I knew that Senator Perillo was going to likely ask this question, so I wanted to get in there just to explain where we are with this. There is language that will go into this quote unquote placeholder around child safety and choking. And God, my brain's not working today. My goodness, I apologize. Around child safety and issues around with choking. So I just wanted to put that out there. The language will come as substitute language, which I'm sure we will hear this week and then again for Thursday's meeting. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rep. Paris. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to ask Representative Paris, you said that there's language forthcoming on this. So this bill is a JF. What type of language are you talking about amending it? Should it come to the floor for a vote?
Yes, ma'am. My apologies. Thank you, Representative.
Okay, so you're talking about amending
For the
it if
floor.
it comes to the floor
Yes,
for a
ma'am.
vote. And
Yes,
the
ma'am.
item, okay, and the items that are in there, would those items that you're going to be addressing would have had a public hearing?
Yes, we would have to do it on Thursday. That is yes, it will.
Because today is the last day for public hearing, so you're
We will
saying,
we'll have a committee meeting on Thursday. We're going to put some of the OEC stuff in there that we just discussed, and we would change it on the floor. My apologies for the confusion on that.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be a no today, obviously, because it's a placeholder and it lacks substance, but thank you.
Thank you, representatives. Seeing no other questions or comments, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor. Agenda item 10, HB 5272, an act concerning children's health. Representative Paris,
Paris is a yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Wielander, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné, Senator Perillo,
Perillo votes no.
Representative Belton,
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd, Representative Comey, Representative Kitt,
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Lanu, I'm sorry, Representative, can you repeat that? Your connection cut out.
Sure. Lanu votes no. No.
Senator Marks, Representative Martinez, Representative Mastro Francesco,
Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative McGee,
McGee is yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving to number 4 on the agenda, the announcement of time and date of next meeting. The final committee meeting will be held Thursday, March 5th at 11 a.m. in room 2A. We will now be in recess. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can I confirm that I missed a vote on number 5?
Excuse me, Representative Kit, hold on one sec. I want to say that we will be in recess until after the public hearing, at which point votes will be taken, and then we will adjourn the meeting.
So are you saying that the meeting's going to be in recess throughout the public hearing and then we'll reconvene after the public hearing and votes will be held open for about a half an hour so that any members that were at other committee meetings or other business can then vote, and then the meeting will adjourn a half an hour after the close of the public hearing?
Chris, you said it so much better than I did. Thank you.
I've been here too long.
Madam Clerk, is it possible for me to cast?
Hi, sorry, one moment.
Sure.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did I miss a vote on number 5?
So 5269. No, we have your vote.
Okay, do you have my vote for all of them? I thought I missed one, but maybe I didn't.
We just did have one.
No, we have all your votes.
Thank you, Mia.
Yep.
And can I go now because I have to start a public hearing?
Hi, Senator. We are currently convened in a recess, and then they are going to re-adjourn after our public hearing, and then votes will be conducted
So
after the public hearing.
So I can't cast my vote now?
Let me double check. Let me go grab Chris, who's our person from LCO. Just give me one moment.
Okay. I can't hear you. At this point, I don't want to be late.
Yes, sorry, you can vote now. My apologies.
No problem.
Okay, sorry, let me just turn my volume up a little bit. So the first one, SB 265, this is JF, change of reference to the Appropriations Committee, an act concerning additional funding for the Care for Kids program and certain child care providers.
Senator Kushner votes yes. And I have the agenda in front of me, so if you could just read off the bill numbers, is that enough?
Okay. Yep,
Thank you.
sounds good. SB 263, and this one will be JF, change of reference to appropriations.
Yes.
And then SB 266, this is JFS.
Yes.
Then SB 264, this is JF to the floor.
Yes.
And we have HB 5260, or wait, yep, HB 5269, this is JF to the floor.
Yes.
Hi.
Then we have HB 5268, this is JF to the floor.
Yes.
And then we have HB 5270, this is JFS to the Appropriations Committee.
Yes.
HB 5271, this is JFS, change of reference to the Appropriations Committee.
Yes.
HB 5273, and this is JF to the floor.
Yes.
And then lastly, HB 5272, this is JF to the floor.
Yes.
And that's it.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Hi, Mia.
Hi, Rep. Daphne. Let me rename you really quick.
I'm actually on the plane. They kept the votes open till the end of hearing for me, so I appreciate that, but I was able to jump on here.
All right, so first we have SB 265, an act concerning additional funding for the Care for Kids program and certain child care providers.
Yeah.
This is
I'm a no.
Then we have SB 263, an act concerning water safety and swim instruction.
I'm a no.
SB 266, an act limiting the access of private equity to funds from the Early Childhood Education Endowment.
I'm a no.
SB 264, an act concerning children's well-being.
I'm a no. That's not, yeah, I'm sure. What number was that, Mia?
It's SB 264.
On the agenda, though, was it number 4?
Number 4, yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
And then agenda item number 5, HB 5269, an act establishing a working group to study energy consumption by children and requiring.
Yeah. I'm a no.
Agenda item 6 is HB 5268, an act authorizing the Department of Public Health to release information relating to an acknowledgement of parentage to the Department of Children and Families.
I'm a yes.
Then we have HB 5270, an act extending financial assistance for the post-secondary education expenses of foster youth.
No.
Then we have agenda item 8, HB 5271, an act requiring the offices of the child advocate to hire certain additional employees.
I'm a no.
And then agenda item 9, HB 5273, an act requiring children under the age of 12 to wear additional flotation devices on docks, wharfs, and piers.
I'm a no.
And the last one is HB 5272, an act concerning children's health.
And that's a no.
And
Thanks, Mia.
Yep.
Thank you so much. You too. Oh. Kind of, did you do the QR code? Yeah, I did. I was able to get right on. And then you have to say yes to the, did you agree to the terms?
Please make sure it's matches up right. Tray table is closed and all carrying items are put away. Laptops and devices to the side to place the under the seating under me. Thank you very much for the operation.
Hi, Representative Martinez.
Oh. Okay. Are we all done?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. So we have 10 bills, and I'll just go down them one by one. So agenda item 1, SB 265, an act concerning additional funding for the Care for Kids program and certain child care providers. This is JF, change of reference to appropriations.
Yes.
Then we have SB 263, an act concerning water safety and swim instruction. This is JF, change of reference to appropriations as well.
Yes.
Then we have SB 266, an act limiting the access of private equity to funds from the Early Childhood Education Endowment. This is JFS to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 4 is SB 264, an act concerning children's well-being. This is JF to the floor.
Yes.
And then we have agenda item 5, HB 5269, an act establishing a working group to study energy drink consumption by children and requiring certain signage at the point of sale of such drinks. And
Yes.
this is JF to the floor, sorry.
Yes.
And agenda item 6, HB 5268, an act authorizing the Department of Public Health to release information relating to an acknowledgement of parentage to the Department of Children and Families, and this is JF to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 7 is HB 5270, an act extending financial assistance for the post-secondary education expenses of foster youth. This is JFS, change of reference to the Appropriations Committee.
Yes.
Agenda item 8 is HB 5271, an act requiring the Office of the Child Advocate to hire certain additional employees. This is JFS, change of reference to the Appropriations Committee.
Yes.
Then we have agenda item 9, HB 5273, an act requiring children under the age of 12 to wear personal flotation devices on docks, wharfs, and piers, and this is JF to the floor.
Yes.
Then we have agenda item 10, the last one, HB 5272, an act concerning children's health, and this is JF to the floor.
Yes.
And that's it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Representative Boyd.
Hello, how are you?
Doing okay. How about you?
Good. So I have reviewed the agenda for today. Were there any amendments in the agenda?
No, the agenda items, you did receive the substitute language for.
Yes, yeah, I didn't know if there was any amendments during the meeting. Okay, so then I'll be in a yes on all the items on the agenda for today.
Okay, I think just procedurally, I'll just go through them one by one because no one else is in here. Let me just make sure that it's okay. So for agenda item 1 is SB 265, an act concerning additional funding for the Care for Kids program and certain childcare providers. This is JF, change of reference to the Appropriations Committee.
Yep, yes.
Agenda item 2 is SB 263, an act concerning water safety and swim instruction. This is JF, change of reference to the Appropriations Committee.
Yes.
Agenda item 3, SB 266, an act limiting the access of private equity to funds from the Early Childhood Education Endowment, and this is JFS to the floor.
Yes.
And then agenda item 4 is SB 264, an act concerning children's well-being. This is JF to the floor.
Yes.
And then agenda item 5 is HB 5269, an act establishing a working group to study energy drink consumption by children and requiring certain signage at the point of sale of such drinks. And this is JF to the floor.
Yes.
And then agenda item 6 is HB 5268, an act authorizing the Department of Public Health to release information relating to an acknowledgement of parentage to the Department of Children and Families. And this is JF to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 7, HB 5270, an act extending financial assistance for the post-secondary education expenses of foster youth. And this is JFS, change of reference to the Appropriations Committee.
Yes.
Agenda item 8, HB 5271, an act requiring the Office of the Child Advocate to hire certain additional employees. And this is JFS, change of reference to the Appropriations Committee.
Yes.
Agenda item 9, HB 5273, an act requiring children under the age of 12 to wear personal flotation devices on docks, wharfs, and piers. And this is JF to the floor.
Yes.
And then lastly, agenda item 10, HB 5272, an act concerning children's health. And this is JF to the floor.
Yes.
All right, and you are good to go.
All right, thank you very much.
Have a good day.